Thank you. It should be one and done, is what I'm hoping. But it's flooding and a severe storm. That's quality stuff right there, dude. Well done. That was funny. Good evening, Bill Taylor returning on this Wednesday night. We've got an urban and small stream flood advisory, so a flood advisory that is now in effect as we're now beginning to see, again, a little bit of flooding in West and Northwest Bexar County. So I just wanted to jump on in here. Wednesday night blessings to you and yours. Hope all is well. And even a little bit of hail being picked up as well. Our hail tracker tonight showing us that this storm in Northwest Bexar County is not severe, but producing some small hail. The storm up I-35, eastern Kendall County into Commute County into Canyon Lake. That is a severe storm. We've got winds, again, radar estimate. Okay, radar estimate on these winds is going to be upwards of about 45, 50, maybe up to 55 or 60 miles per hour. So in that range with gusts, but I would say a steady 40 to 45 mile per hour wind is what you see inside that orange area. That polygon you can see does clip Canyon Lake. So some of that community could be impacted here over the next 30 minutes. Until 11:30 is on this warning. We'll see what the Weather Service decides to do beyond that moment, because it does look like, again, it'll definitely stay until 11:30, whether it's extended into Wimberley. We'll see if this storm is cranking up in any way, shape, or form. Let's get a read on what we've got here. And see, this is also, by the way, let me zoom out and show you the flood watch. That's going to include all of the dark shaded counties until tomorrow evening. So that's one of the biggest changes that we saw this afternoon, was when that was issued for this entire region, including the metro, San Antonio, Bernie, New Braunfels, and then right on cue, these storms are beginning to blow up here. So again, maybe some small hail in what's moving through the Helotes area, right across Highway 16, closing in on Cross Mountain. So we're going to stop this here, take off lightning, and get a closer look at exactly what we're seeing with our hail tracker. So this is the most intense rainfall. So typically right into the Helotes area where we've got, well, that's going to cue up the flash flood watch. So what we've got there is that watch indicating, again, until 7 p.m. tomorrow night on this entire region. But that rainfall rate is going to be upwards of about 3 inches per hour, similar to what we saw last night, but not as widespread tonight. So these are the isolated downpours that this, again, very moist atmosphere that's replenishing itself even after a good night of rain last night. It's, again, indicating that we're going to start to see things intensify here across northern Bexar County over the next 30 minutes. I mean, I want to show you what future radar is going to be looking like. This model, the graph model, has been performing really well. It's a little behind on what we see here. Heavier rain moving in to the city, though, picking up on that and pushing it through by about 5 a.m. So you can see that, again, it's still holding together. Very heavy rain down through Victoria, Port Lavaca into Bay City, with residual showers across southern Bexar County up until about noon tomorrow. I really think tomorrow afternoon we start seeing this atmosphere settle down a bit. You can even see some clearing according to some future satellite into Thursday evening, but I don't know if it'll be that significant. Some good low cloudiness and some definite showers are going to be possible east even Thursday night. That's why, again, that flash flood watch is in effect until Thursday at 7 p.m. All right, back to live radar. If you're just tuning in on Facebook tonight, severe thunderstorm warning is the one warning we have. This is going to be Blanco, Comal, Kendall counties until 11:30. So we'll see in the next 4 minutes what the National Weather Service decides on this. Let's, oh, not that one. We want to take a look at what we're getting out of this warning here. Storm's 14 miles northeast of Bernie, moving northeast at 15. So the radar indicated storm components are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So this is crossing 281 west of Canyon Lake. You know what? It really, as far as the lake is concerned, if you're closer to the lake itself, it looks as though this could stay to your west, and you might be in better shape because of the fact that the most intense part of that storm is just northwest of you now. You can see that's right now crossing 281. So, boy, I hope motorists are taking their time out there. Let's go triple box and see what we've got on the looping trans guide. That's a better view there. Keep radar large. So, yeah, some isolated thunderstorms, very similar to what we saw last night, with hail being minimal, but the bigger difference last night, winds, for sure. We had a really strong wind field last night plowing through Sabinal. You know, in fact, a lot of early estimates were tornadic, but we did see that there was hardly enough rotation indicated that we could really confirm a tornado there. There was no survey done by the National Weather Service, keep that in mind, but all indications are from radar returns and live, data that watching that line blow through Sabinal, indicating a straight line wind field, almost a derecho, which is just a strong windstorm. And I remember last night that bow echo shape to the line. You know, what we don't have tonight is that line. Well, again, I say that, right, but it is beginning to form. Very similar to last night, but it's just forming here. Okay, so I kind of stand corrected as I look at this new radar data, because I was looking and seeing that, again, this storm, this is really intensifying over Helotes and heading in towards Cross Mountain right now. Great Forest getting some of the heaviest rain. Again, 3-inch-per-hour rainfall rates with this. As we expect this to move northeast, it's moving at about 15 miles per hour. 15 miles per hour. So why don't we go ahead and do a storm track on a 15-mile-per-hour progress northeast. So that will be the indicator there. Perfect. All right, what do we got? Let's see. 14 northeast at 15. So it's really a lot slower than I thought. Okay, just 1 second here. Now we got, so moving northeast at 15. This won't necessarily be the rain. This is going to be the most intense pocket of heaviest rain, where the smallest hail, the higher winds. I say smallest hail, but because it really is minimal in hail. It's just going to be winds and lightning into these communities as this, again, moves northeast. So again, this is going to be the most intense part. The rain will be starting first, and maybe about 15 minutes later. Chavano Park is when it intensifies. That is 11:50. Fair Oaks Ranch, 11:56. I wouldn't worry about hail in these communities. I would just, again, prepare for heavy rain. This is not a warning, but it could be a warning. It could see something issued here shortly. I want to take a look, as a matter of fact, if anything is coming in from our channel. Rain gauge north of Government Canyon, 1 1/4 inch in the last 30 minutes. Wow. So that's obviously 2.5, that's about almost closing in on 3-inch-per-hour rainfall rate. That's pretty impressive. A little over 2.5. 4 to 5 inch per hour instantaneous rainfall rates northwest. Yeah, that's definitely on par for again, what's heading into these communities. So perfect timing on that. Thank you, Jason Runyon, for all you do at the National Weather Service. We said goodbye to Paul Yura, good friend. Man, just a lot of changes. Love the National Weather Service and the team out there in New Braunfels. Doing a great job for us. God bless them. Bernie Stage Field, Kestrel Air Park, Rebecca Creek Elementary is going to be a little bit later. That's a lot later, 1:30. But it should hold together. This line is really beginning to take shape, very similar to last night. At first it was starting a little more isolated, not as thick, not as widespread, and not as windy. The wind field last night, I was reaching, radar estimates that were cooking upwards of 77 miles per hour. That was not an observation, that was a radar estimate. Keep that in mind, but I will say that, again, that's at least it's showing it on radar, that kind of wind field, 70s, and very much capable. When you have a bow echo like that, you can reach 80 to 85. Be safe, Luke. Flood warning in the city?
4 a.m.
Okay, there we go. All right. Guys, if we're going to go somewhere for anything, and we want to try to go 281 corridor, between 281 and I-10 is where this is moving. Between 281 and I-10, because that's the rainfall that's moving through Helotes right now across UTSA. All right, so flash flood warning until 4 a.m. Let's tell you that Doppler radar indicating storms, again, producing heavy rain in that warning area. 1 to 3 inches already. An additional upwards of 1 to 2 has fallen in about 30 minutes, as we were just talking about. And so what we could see even upwards of another 2.5 inches of rain with what's moving through that part of the county. So again, this is a time of day as we get into 11:30 that we still have a lot of motorists in these areas, okay? Bernie, Blanco, Canyon Lake, Leon Valley, Helotes, Fair Oaks Ranch, Bulverde, Chavano Park, Hollywood Park, Gross Mountain, Bergheim, Guadalupe River State Park, Timberwood Park, Kreutzburg, Spring Branch, Candalia, Leon Springs, Dominion, and Smithson Valley. So those communities are going to be the ones that will encounter some flooding roads. But what you're going to see is that expanding. Look at that. You can really see this spreading out. And these rainfall rates are I'll just call it widening across areas. Again, that corridor of Highway 16 to I-10, and it's going to start spreading into the 281 corridor. So right across 1604, this will, of course, be UTSA's campus. You can see through Gray Forest and Cross Mountain in the next several minutes. Hail, not as much of a problem. We'll go into the hail tracker. We've seen marble size, pea size hailstones. Nothing damaging size, but that area is pretty significant for marble size hail across Highway 16, Bandera Road, 1604. Right through the O'Connor High School area is going to be marching right upwards of Mary's Tacos. Some of the best tacos you'll get in Helotes right there. Very good. El Rodeo, very good. There's a lot of great choices, I promise you. Jalapeno, very good. So really kind of hugging that 1604 Bandera area through Babcock and again UTSA's main campus. It's going to spread to the I-10 corridor, and that's a pretty good hail core field. That coverage area, pretty impressive. Right up Highway 16 is going to be the largest. And again, let's just go ahead and query and see what we've got with hail sizes in this region. Upwards of 1 inch in diameter, so that's a quarter size right through Highway 16. So if we get it even tighter and give you some of these exact locations, Hausman Road there, 1604, right at Ferris Stadium. HEB Plus is right there. You can see where we go into Kyle Seal Parkway and Sonoma Ranch. There's Babcock, and then you get into the campus at UTSA in a hurry there at 1604 out to Beckman. So a densely populated area here. This is a very densely populated area that's going to start seeing, again, hail size that's upwards of 1/4 in diameter. So I would definitely cover your vehicles now. This is getting into that size. It's right on the cusp of being ones that starts to put dents in vehicles. If you can cover your car right here in Hausman, getting a little bit tighter to see where UTSA Boulevard comes in, Babcock, Kyle Seal Parkway, and the Sonoma Ranch area. What we're looking at, once again, hail core that is, again, on the scale closer to small than large, but right under the criteria. I mean, right under. I would not see, or rather, I would not be alarmed to see this go to a warning. Radar indicating 4 to 5 inch per hour instantaneous rates now still. That hasn't changed. That came at 11:28. But the warning, again, northeast Medina, western Bear, and through southern Blanco County. Flood advisory for tonight. Still an early enough time frame that we're going to be seeing a lot of motorists out there. So again, please be very careful. Stay where you are if you can right now. This is a flash flooding situation, emergency situation now. These are some major corridors in the city. And we're seeing this very heavy rain that's going to cross I-10. I mean, a major thoroughfare right now, and especially at this hour between 1604, 46, up to Scenic Oaks, and then it stops at Bernie. I mean, it's a focused area that's broadening a little bit and heading into that 281 corridor, and you start covering a little bit more real estate with, again, very heavy rainfall. The rates are, again, 2 to 2.5 inches per hour, not as intense as what we saw west of the city last night with the storms pretty much collapsing, considering what we saw west in Sabinal. You really got hit hard. And then even into Castroville before the storms pretty much collapsed in West Bexar County. We were still under a warning because of the winds. The wind fields were still cooking at about 45 to 55 mile per hour range through the city. So that kept the warning active, okay? But the hail never was a worry, and that's a very similar situation to what we're seeing tonight. The storms not really seeing that real build, that big inhale. Remember, I always think of it as a living, breathing organism with that updraft being the inhale and then that downdraft, that exhale of energy outflow that creates more action. And you can see it going out to Scenic Oaks and moving across 46, and now again Timberwood Park, all of Stone Oak. You're all going to start getting that heavier rain. It's starting to be light on the light side now, but again, it's going to be getting intense pretty soon here. Let me get into another radar field and show you what we're looking at in storm heights, because that can be important with what we might see on the hail scale, if you will, if we're going to see this hail get any larger. So as we put this here and get a fresh sweep of it on a 3D slice, I want to take a look at what's happening right in this region. So you can see the height is just under 40,000 feet. It could get a lot higher, and that will happen, and the indicator will be a lot of clustering of those lightning bolts. That lightning tracker will really burst in a very tight area and really balloon almost. A real intense area of lightning, and that's when you're starting to see it grow. So we'll watch for that. But right as of now, 40,000, and that looked to be the one that I saw as the most intense on this field. Let's see what we get here. If we do it on the south side of Helotes, you can see that's a pretty good spot. This might be getting there. No, actually, look at that, interesting. Okay. Upwards not even of 35, really. Gosh, that's a lot less than I thought, or lower than I thought. Okay. Hearing some thunder here at Ken's 5 in the medical center. But the heaviest rain just to our north, we're at 410 in Fredericksburg. We're about 1.5 miles outside of the loop. And you can see here, this is some intense rain over Chabonneau Park, Northwest Military, in 1604 at Beckman. So now you're hitting Chabonneau Park, Hollywood Park, very densely populated areas. Wilderness Oak runs right into 281. So Timberwood Park, prepare for very heavy rain that'll last. This is lasting about a good 30 minutes. Most of this is moving northeast at about 15 miles per hour. But the rainfall rates continue to be impressive. 4 inches per hour in some of these pockets could be possible. Canyon Lake getting some heavier storms, but good news is the warnings have expired. And now we're looking at this intense rain and the reason for the flash flood warning across I-10, 281, and this area right here up I-35. I'm going to leave this radar here and go full screen for you. David, I'll exit stage right for the moment. Get an on-air update. Jill is in place and ready, so I can do something on Ken's 5 television for a moment, but we'll keep that radar active right here. see exactly where this storm is and who's being most impacted at the moment. And again, that's why I'm staying off camera, because I just want you to see every road and every spot as it goes right across Tesla Road and inside Prue Road. It looks like it's going to be south there as it crosses right at Bandera Road and Tesla, right near Cedar Park. You can see Prue, and then you can see where Abe Lincoln is right there. This isn't too far from Marshall High School, keep in mind. And there's Abe near now on the lower right-hand corner of your screen, Gilbo on the bottom of your screen. So it's right there in that notch. In fact, it's right where that arrow's pointing for the tornado warning right now. That's exactly the spot of most concern, where the tightening is, where the gate-to-gate shear has been occurring. But again, where most importantly, you see that notch is where that rotation could be dropping in a small tornado. Even within that, I will say that you can start to spot the correlation coefficient radar tool is going to be where we could see the possible debris in the air. So we're going to switch over to this mode. Now what we're going to look at is what could be a possible, wow, debris field. It's a little too large to be, I mean, this debris can be in association with the wind field of that entire area, because that's a really large area. If you just saw a blue embedded within that red, then you could tell that it was a tightened area and debris was being sucked into the tornado. So in other words, this radar tool, what we're looking at, correlation coefficient, will give you an idea of what is water and what is not water. And the blue is not water. So with this kind of field of what you're seeing, this is not an accurate read of what's happening. What we would see is if we had a definite tornado, you would see that huge red area, and then embedded in there would be like 2 to 4 small blue pixels. And that would be the indicator that, yes, indeed, you definitely have a tornado, because it has to be tight like that. So that didn't help us really in that situation. So back to it. This is the tornado warning. You can see the polygon here. If I take this off for just a moment, covers Helotes east to Hollywood Park. South, lightning has just got to get out of the way. Sorry about that. It's just not really relevant right now. Hollywood Park right down 281 into downtown. Polygon does extend southeast. I want to give you a good look into Columbia Heights area. Wolf Stadium is even included at Highway 90. And then you can see this is just off to the west of the Alamo Dome and Alamo Heights. Again, 410 Castle Hills and up through Helotes, and then south and west, not too far down towards 151. So again, Wolf Stadium right out Old Callahan. This isn't far from the San Antonio Food Bank. Right at Animal Care Services, my good friends at Canines for Warriors at 151. Gosh, right into all those communities right there is where we're seeing the most intense area. And so let's get back into it and show you exactly what we've got on this hook echo. The notch is still moving east-southeast, so it's going to be crossing that area right there at Tesla Road, soon to be 16, which is of course Bandera Road. That's Highway 16. You can see where Mainland is. This isn't too far from Marshall High School. Right there at Eckert. You can see where Babcock is in Oakland Estates. Dangerous situation as we have this tornado warning in effect. Haven't seen this in a while. This tornado warning, again, in effect until 12:15. So we're going to see what we do in less than 10 minutes here on what they're thinking. About 10 miles west of San Antonio, it's moving east at 10 miles per hour, only at 10 miles per hour. That's the other part of a tornadic situation. Typically, a vortex would move a little bit quicker into that wind speed. So we would see upwards of 25, 35 miles per hour in some cases, but 10 miles per hour is very slow moving. So this is, again, you saw that debris field. It's not a real tightening area. We don't see a vortex. We would definitely see a different picture when I showed you that earlier on the debris field. So I'm not thinking right now that this is a tornado confirmed, but Braun Road at Tesla is where we're seeing the notch, where we're seeing a bit of what would be a couplet with a velocity indicator that showed us some gate-to-gate shear just a moment ago. So we'll go back to that in a moment. Let's get to velocity here and take a look at exactly what we see with our wind fields going away and towards the radar site. So right in here, where green meets red, is where we're seeing some of the gate-to-gate shear. That is where you know that wind's moving towards at one area and just adjacent to an area moving away, that's spin. So with that rotation in the atmosphere is where green meets red, and we'd have that exact area of rotation. It's a little bit broader, which is a good sign, okay? So as you see a larger area green, and you see that larger area red through mainland down through Heath Circle, well, that means that, again, a broader area is a better indicator as to it not being a very tightly wrapped vortex, okay? And so if it was just a few of those pixels lining up against a few of those pixels, and we started seeing, we'd even see a little bit of a hook on this, then you definitely know it's definitely a tornado. But that is significant rotation right in here. You can see that it's very well matched up here, gate-to-gate shear between what's moving away from the radar site in red into the pink colors in that brighter spot near Oakland Estates, but then also near Leon Valley it's moving towards. So again, right in here is where the rotation's occurring. We're inside 1604. Again, the outer loop in between Oakland Estates and Leon Valley is our concern spot. These are the areas where you have to take shelter. You have to be in the lowest level room that is surrounded by interior walls with helmets. You have to be in there with shoes because there could be broken glass waiting for you when you get out of this. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. And Lord, please protect us tonight from this dangerous situation and let this storm pass. Let it please weaken in just a few moments here. All right, we're going to see what happens here in the next 4 to 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, a decision will be made as to whether or not the tornado warning will be extended, because it does expire at 12:15. You can see again where we're talking about, if we just hit this and keep it still, that this notch is the most dangerous area, crossing over Highway 16 at Gilbo. Okay, so Bandera and Gilbo, this is, gosh, you got a Crunch Fitness right in here in this little strip center. You got Precinct 2 right over there where you take care of some tax situation, pay the parking fines and speeding tickets. There's Mystic Park. You can see where Abe Lincoln is going to meet Eckert. So again, moving right across near Rainbow Gardens and some real favorite spots, but I'll tell you, the most dangerous thing is that it's such a densely populated area. This is hitting a very densely populated area, and it's right in that notch that is moving east. So it's moving from left to right on your screen at 10 miles per hour. Okay, so right on through Bandera Road, which is right in here, and it's going to continue moving east towards Huebner. I want to stay off camera once again because I don't want to block any part of this. It's so important. It is paramount that you see exactly where this is moving and exactly where these roads are so you know these neighborhoods. Wurzbach into Babcock is where we're densely populated. So this is all moving in this direction. This little spot, this little notch is the rear flank downdraft where a small tornado is very possible. What we have here is, again, a tornado warning that was issued. We started seeing rotation just before midnight, and then we started seeing that, again, couplet begin to form, and that's a good indication of spin for sure. So this was definitely rotation, definitely some rotation that could even be leading to some damage in some areas. Any word on damage reports or anything coming in? Let's take a look at some, no, okay. If anything comes in, but I want people to take, again, shelter and make sure that you're keeping your family safe. Government Canyon State Natural Area, Castle Hills, Balcones Heights, Hill Country Village. Please make sure, again, that you're taking cover as this situation unfolds, because this is going to cross Huebner, this is going to cross Babcock, it's going to go right down Evers Road into Callahan. And again, that'll be a very slow-moving area of rotation. So at 12:13 now, we probably see this right on through about the 12:30 hour through the Leon Valley community. Very densely populated area. This is just such a dangerous spot as far as where this is occurring. Oh my gosh, so many people impacted. Please, again, heed the warning and respect this polygon. Let me again just take out the radar for just a quick moment and show you that the area does include Hollywood Park, Castle Hills, and south to Wolf Stadium. Okay, the heart of this is Leon Valley right now. That is the area we're most concerned with as this, okay, this is a really good sign. You can see how this is beginning to open up. Praise God. This is beginning to flatten out just enough that we're losing that notch. We're losing that little bit of a hook echo. And I'm hoping in the next 2 to 2.5 minutes, we will see this tornado warning expire at 12:15 as scheduled. The storm was first starting to spin about 10 miles west of San Antonio, and then it was moving east at about 10 miles per hour. Slow moving cell, slow moving area of rotation. But then again, we're seeing it go across Leon Valley at about 10 miles per hour. Okay, let's see what we've got. Rotation has become more broad. It's a very good sign. We will continue the tornado warning for the time being, is the update. But let's see. We plan on allowing the tornado warning to expire. Praise God, that's good news. 3 inches of rain right now reported in Spring Branch, western Comal County, 5.5 inches per hour rainfall rates. I mean, just blinding rainfall, blinding rainfall. Now, please keep in mind that despite the fact that we're seeing this expire does not mean that this is a non-dangerous supercell. I mean, this is a mesocyclone. This is the most dangerous a supercell thunderstorm can get. And as it's dropping in southeast of Oakland Estates and heading towards Castle Hills, it's going to impact Balcones Heights, and it's going to be ferocious. I mean, this is going to be a very dangerous thunderstorm. Even though the rotation has broadened, again, that means that that has spread out. Notice that we don't have that notch, we don't have that hook, and it's a bit more of a broad area that goes from 1604 and 151 out near the new VA and east through Leon Valley and out to Oakland Estates, where that's really the most intense rainfall between Bandera Road, Babcock, and out to I-10. And you can see right along Wurzbach Road, that's where this is going to cross. It's going to first, of course, go Huebner to Wurzbach and into the 410 corridor. So this will drop into Castle Hills, again, impacting a very densely populated area of San Antonio. Very, very thick, very, very populated. So as this moves east-southeast, it's moving very slowly. We were going to see a flooding situation across this area in low-lying areas. We will be taking a look when we can. Okay, right on schedule, the tornado warning has expired. That is great news. That is great news. Praise God that that is over. That is such a dangerous situation. It usually doesn't last as long as you just saw. Most tornadoes, if they occur, which we would never confirm, 1,500, thank you, Jacob, 1,500 reported right now without power across the San Antonio area, confined to northwest Bexar County, where we're seeing CPS customers at about 1,000, and 3 road closures. Okay, 3 road closures. That'll probably start going up because we've been rain swollen, and this is very intense rainfall that's moving across northwest Bexar County, in between Chavano Park and Oakland Estates, and going to be soon dropping into Castle Hills. As far as North Loop, you can see where Nacogdoches comes out to Wurzbach Parkway, and this will start moving right across the 281 corridor. But the rotation has broadened. The rainfall is still very intense, and we're going to expect to see some pretty amazing reports. Here we go. We get some in right now. Let's see what this comes in near Helotes for Gray Forest hail report of 0.8. So just under the size of a quarter, and then we have a wind. Let's see what this wind report clocked to 51 mile per hour gusts. It's pretty strong, but not as to what we just saw near Tezel. Very dangerous. Oh my gosh. We will be assessing damage by morning, seeing exactly what was possibly damaged through mainland. Tezel is going to be the spot. This is going to be the region right here between 1604 and Bandera Road, where it is a huge retail area. You have Home Depot, Lowe's, you have Target, you have everything out there on that corridor, everything out there. And so it's very, again, and at this hour, it started at 11 and through the midnight hour. Got very intense, of course, right at about 11:45 is when we first spotted a little bit of a notch beginning to form. and the possibility of rotation. And it was picked up quickly by the team in New Braunfels. The National Weather Service issues the tornado warning shortly before midnight, went all the way to 12:15. And the spot that it impacted most was just inside 1604 to about Bandera Road. So crossing Texel, pretty much on the path of Braun Road, and into where you see Prue. And what we're looking at now, of course, very, very intense rainfall rates near mainland. Look at that, 4.5 inches per hour. This is going to be very high here between Babcock and I-10, closer to 5-inch per hour rainfall rates. This is what we saw all through last night. We had somewhere near Spring Branch recording about 2.5 inches of rainfall earlier. Intense. We have 1.69 inches, so just nearly 1.75 inches at Scenic Loop Road. So that's going to all be flooded there, right across and near the Madlib Park area. Just incredible. So east-southeast continues to be the progress on exactly where this is moving current hour. The rainfall rate's very intense. And of course, the wind speeds in and around Leon Valley right now. We can even take a look, even with velocity, and get at least somewhat of a indication there. Okay, hold on one second here. Because I just noticed that storm there. This is intensifying near Canyon Lake right now. This is a pretty intense storm. Let's get in here closer and give you guys an idea. The storms just stayed west of you earlier, but now that's so much not the case. This one is definitely intensifying right in here. Okay, and you can almost see what we just looked at. Look at that. What could be another little notch beginning to form right there. I mean, these are moments that we have to watch every bit of this radar and exactly what we see develop, because right across 281, it's going to be the intense rainfall field into Canyon Lake, where that, again, little notch near Startsville up north of, onto the lake itself, actually. And then that rainfall right in here, you can see, look at that, nearly 6-inch per hour rates. Some of the hail got upwards of about golf ball size, but the most intense part of that storm was definitely near Leon Valley and continued off to the east, southeast. But this is intensifying here, southwest of Canyon Lake, just off, again, near Startsville as well. This is what we have to watch very closely into any areas that we see the possibility of rotation. One tornado warning that expired about 6 minutes ago. We can take a look at what hail has been produced, and it's really just southeast of Helotes. You can see some of that hail got upwards of about golf ball to tennis ball size hail, perhaps, before it collapsed near Oakland Estates. So the hail core has diminished greatly, so that's a very good sign as to the storm beginning to weaken just a bit. But it's definitely intense rainfall northwest Bexar County that's going to lead to more flooding, because it's just not moving quickly. This is now spreading out a little bit. So this is going to quickly turn into a really bad flooding situation. I'm going to say that right now. I mean, between 211 and Bandera Road into I-10 and 281, I mean, into that whole corridor, this is going to be a flooding situation, because this is now really beginning to slow down. We were watching it move at only 10 miles per hour. But all through this region of where you're seeing those rainfall rates between 4 and 6 inches per hour, this is all going to be flooded. And so this is definitely going to be the area where we're going to see a lot of standing water. And at least as we get into the, overnight hours will be when it's going to have some time to hopefully dissipate, and we get some good water to recede, and we get to, a Thursday morning that's one with water dropping enough for the commute. Problem is, we're not going to have winds in order to help in this situation. This is not a cold front. These areas of instability burst this time of year, and these kind of conditions with dew points high and these outflow boundaries have been so active across North Texas and moving down into Central Texas, staying alive into daytime heating, and then the afternoon heating sparked this thunderstorm. I mean, just an incredible intensification so quickly. That was one of the most interesting things to learn about this supercell, was how quickly it developed and how quickly it turned severe. Between Oakland Estates and Leon Valley now, the most intense rain moving east-southeast at about 10 miles per hour, spreading out. Its rainfall coverage pretty intense right now and pretty far-reaching, because as you can see, the leading edge is now almost crossing closer to Shirts. Oh, excuse me there. Okay. Gravity check here in the studio. Garden Ridge just got a wave of very heavy rainfall. Look at that. You can see that small little wave. That's like a little mini outburst of a downdraft from the thunderstorms over Hollywood Park. What'll happen is that downdraft will hit the surface, and as it's moving east, you can see it's moving closer to Shirts, and so that downdraft will hit the surface and push into the Garden Ridge and blow up another little downpour. And let me see just what kind of lightning it's producing. I mean, not very much, but that's what happens there. And you see those little bursts of very heavy rain that could develop even into, you know, something stronger and go across Highway 46 in between New Braunfels and Timberwood Park there. Most intense rainfall now dropping into the 410 corridor. So right here at KENS 5, our rainfall rates are starting to pick up, and we can definitely experience some of the heavier rain for the next, this is going to be, again, another 30 minutes of 4 to 5 inch per hour rainfall rates. Easily through the 410 corridor there at I-10, Alamo Heights, down towards the Frank Frostbank Center, Alamo Dome. Look at that, between Lake Hills, Cross Mountain, out to Garden Ridge, and crossing right over 1604. Very dangerous situation earlier that just, wow. That was scary. And I just pray there wasn't significant damage to a very densely populated area of northwest Bexar County, just north of Leon Valley, right here at Mainland. I mean, all of this area was the most intense. This is where we have a possible tornado, right on this path, in between Bandera Road and 1604, essentially Tezzel to Mainland, where now the rainfall continues at a rate of 4 to 5 inches per hour. Now see, there's another little notch beginning right in there. See that? This is dangerous. This is right at Les Harrison Drive, Culebra Road, Rogers Road. There's North Ellison. And so you're crossing at Wiseman, where you can see 151. So just north of SeaWorld. This is just coming in on SeaWorld. Culebra, Grissom. Let me see what movement we can tell from a 15-minute scan here. Difficult, right? Because it just forms in that scan. So let me just, I'm going to keep it on this loop right here, and what we'll start to see is exactly, okay, what are we having? Okay. No, just starting to, sorry. I was just reading an update there, but nothing has really changed, but I haven't seen anything issued on this because I wanted to read up on exactly what we're seeing. Okay. 6 to 7 now on a rainfall rate, 6 to 7 inches per hour. But again, this notch right in here between 151 and Culebra, okay? This is a concern of mine right now. Inside 1604, you can see where this little notch is beginning to form right in here. It's exactly what we saw just miles, not even 2, okay? 1.5 to 2 miles away at midnight. That's exactly what we saw. A little bit of a notch in here where we could have rotation. So let's go over to velocity, see what we have on gate-to-gate shear. Very important thing to look at here is going to be where we have green meeting red. Right there. Broad area. Very good sign that we don't have a vortex. If you have this longer spot, I mean, this is a lot of real estate. There's just, okay, that's what we consider a broader area of rotation right now. Right in here where this green meets this red is going to be at 1604 and 151. And so in this spot is where you could see some of this rotation. You could be seeing some of this spin in the water, and that's what the radar sees, the water spinning in the upper elevation of that supercell, of that mesocyclone. And with each scan, you start to see if that, like that one, okay, we didn't see much of a change at all, did we? If you see the, green area move in this direction, the red area move in this direction, okay, now we've got some rotation. So it sees the water whipping around inside the thunderstorm and indicates whether or not we've got rotation. And so that's a radar indicated tornado warning, and that's what we saw at moments before midnight for northwest Bexar County. Near Leon Valley, the tornado warning that was allowed to expire right at 12:15. So we're seeing just another little notch of what will definitely be some very dangerous winds near Rogers Road, Culebra, and dropping towards Grissom. This probably does not, I mean, this looks to be, now that I'm seeing a little bit of movement, it's looking like it's more east, right along Grissom. This really could be something that moves. I go off that, see where that Culebra and Grissom meet? So it's going to be right in, let me see, right. This is a great trailhead to go bike riding right in here. A lot of fun. Okay, thank you, Jacob. 5 road closures. I'm seeing lightning. What do I see there at, I believe it's Riddiman, no? Something Boulevard. Okay, that's what, is that an emergency vehicle there? Can we take that shot real quick? UTSA Boulevard, TransGuide camera showing some backup for sure. That might look more like construction, actually. Okay. Okay, so back to live radar east of Rogers Road, right over Culebra. I'm seeing, again, a dangerous little notch forming right back in here. You just keep an eye on all of these things. It's really not showing enough tightening. It was on velocities. We did not see anything that was too concerning on gate-to-gate shear and a tightening or any signature vortex. So you're looking at Les Harrison and moving east towards Tezzel. Okay, that's where this is going to go. So take shelter now. If you are near Grissom, Leon Valley, I mean, this can still be a very intense wind field. I would definitely be in a storm-safe room right now. I mean, we're not under a tornado warning, but I mean, it's still a good idea. In some cases of wind speeds, you don't want to be around windows. If you are in a home that windows are facing Helotes, facing far west Bexar County, then please make sure that you're away from those windows and you're in a safe room. Balcones Heights getting now a real good shot of the most intense rain of the night. You can also see over to San Pedro, Alamo Heights, you're going to begin to see rain intensify, but it'll be a little bit longer, maybe about 15, 20 more minutes before the most intense rainfall moves in from the west there. No current warning in effect right now. You can see that we've got flood advisories in effect. That's a flash flood watch that's also in effect through Thursday, 7 p.m. The 4:30 a.m. time is going to be the green shaded counties and polygons. Okay, this is also going to be farther to the west and include Bexar County. It's going to include Medina County and southern Bandera County. So that's going to be over Medina Lake, where we have a flood advisory until 3 a.m. You can see that the rainfall is still right on top of that same area and really moving slow. So because of that, it's definitely going to continue to be a major flooding situation. As I'm saying, that this rising water is going to be a situation in some very densely populated areas. I hope that this water has time to run off. It's only 12:30, so I'm confident that we could get this through at a good enough and an early enough hour that we see this water run off. Let's take a look at some of the TransGuide shots if we can. I see a lot of wet roadways at 410 and Starcrest. There it is. You can also see if You can just tell me where that is, because that banner I can't really read what. 281 Danella. It's good to see that we don't have a whole lot of cars on the road at this hour. That is definitely good. Tupper Wine and 35, some 18-wheelers, of course, so please be safe. 1604 Babcock isn't too crowded. This is good. This is good news that we don't have too many motorists on the road. You can just see that water, though. I just saw it off on that access road. Okay, let's get back to radar. Thank you, Jill. Leon Valley. In fact, I want to honor Jill Manuel for coming in. Thank you very much for the help tonight. All right, crossing Bandera Road, very heavy rainfall rates between Mainland and Grissom into Evers. This is going to be where the most intense rainfall is going to occur for the next 20 minutes. I would give it that before it starts to lessen up. But you'll stay in that rain field for probably another hour as it continues to slowly move east and broaden its reach. I mean, you can see that it's spreading out, which is also a very good news of weakening. I can probably go to lightning and indicate what we've got with some of the bursts west near Medina. You can also see over north of Castroville into far west Bexar County. That's going to be the probably the best lightning area, but nothing too bad, so not a whole lot of updraft with these storms. Hail has gotten about golf ball size. We can take a look now at a 3D scope of what's heading into Leon Valley. For hail size, you might be getting some golf ball size hail. This is a good enough size thunderstorm at 40,000 feet that we could see some hailstones that are a little bit more on the par of a golf ball. You definitely see it over Leon Valley, northwest of you, and moving east. So this is a slow moving, that's a towering supercell at 43,000 feet right now. So this could definitely be some sizable hail that could do some damage. If there's any way that you can protect vehicles at this point, I know that it's very intense rainfall outside and probably impossible to do anything at this point. But this is moving so slowly that the rainfall rate is going to continue to be pretty intense. And the flooding is going to be a problem. The flooding is going to be a problem. Check in on that Canyon Lake storm. Northeast, that was showing some signs of intensifying, but good news is that it's not. You can see that we'll go through the last 2 hours on this one, and it was really starting to intensify there for a minute, and I thought it was tightening, but good news is that it's starting to broaden its scope towards Wimberley and Wood Creek now. That line really coming together nicely, but you can see what's happening as the storms are moving now into downtown, into Alamo Heights. Won't be long before it's across Highway 90. Balcones Heights, Alamo Heights, your rain's going to now start to really intensify. Leon Valley is going to be the heaviest rainfall out there for the next 30 minutes. Because all of this, that's south of Helotes moving east, will impact Alamo Heights for sure. In the next several minutes, let's check our Slack channel and see what, if any, updates. Again, 6 to 7 inch per hour rates. Hayes and Comal County line. And then still again some of that weak rotation near Leon Valley again. See, right in this area. Let's get back to velocities. Zoom out a little bit here to see again. Broad area, but what becomes the concern is right in here, where you see the area that's smaller and tightening right in this area, okay? And this is still pretty broad, okay? We'd have to see at least half of this before we really get a little more concerned, but that's why this bothers me a little bit more. This is a much tighter area of what we're seeing, you know, as far as gate-to-gate shear. So it's again 211. A little bit west of Bexar County. This is technically Medina County. So right into Medina County is where we're looking right now, west of 211, north of Highway 90. Okay, So again, just off to our west, southwest of here. At Cairns, and you can see where Wolf Stadium is. Helotes, again, this whole area is a pretty good broad area of rotation. So it's definitely a little bit of a spin in the atmosphere, and if it gets smaller and tighter, the smaller and tighter it gets, the more dangerous it is, and then you see this other spot right in here. So these are the two areas of most concern, where we see this gate-to-gate shear is broad now. This concern is again, what you watch for to see if that gets smaller. As it would tighten, then it would definitely be a bit more of a vortex beginning to form. That's got to be smaller. These storms blew up so fast tonight, just an incredible environment to see it wrap it up that fast. I can't wait to look at the data tomorrow and see exactly how this occurred. I mean, it was just phenomenal. I don't know the last time I've seen a storm crank up that quickly and turn that severe that fast and start developing rotation that fast. Leon Valley into 151. This is where we're just looking at that gate-to-gate shear. Now we look at the radar for that notch development, that hook echo shape where you really start to see that curl. So we're not seeing it just yet. What we would see is that spot that's just near Ingram Road would start to see the intensification, you know, where it would be starting to wrap a little bit more east and south at the same time. So in other words, like right in here, you'd start seeing that drop east of 151 more towards Ingram, and then you would see that that would be a little bit of a hook echo forming. You can see, and it's always right where you can see that most intense rain, that incredible downdraft is creating some very high wind energy in and around that spot. Petranco Road, 1604. There's North Ellison and Ingram. Okay, it's really not getting smaller. I don't think it's too much of a concern at the moment. It's definitely something to watch for the next several minutes, for sure. But as of now, it's behaving itself just a little bit more. Wow, what an intense night. Just incredible. Flash flood warning until 4 a.m. We're expecting heavy rain across the warning area, between 2 and 4 inches of rain already. 1 to 2 inches in the next 30 minutes. This in effect again, once again, until 4, okay? For 4 in the morning, Thursday. Flash flooding is likely ongoing through tomorrow morning for San Antonio, Bernie, Blanco, Canyon Lake, Leon Valley, Helotes, Fair Oaks Ranch, Bulverde, Chavano Park, Hollywood Park, Cross Mountain, Bergheim, Guadalupe River State Park, Timberwood Park, Spring Branch, Candalia, Leon Springs, Dominion, Smithson Valley, all those areas. So all the way up I-35, expecting to have the flash flooding in your most prone areas for sure, but be careful on every road, turn around, don't drown. So far, a handful. Checking back in with Jacob, right? We're still under 10 roads closed. And so it's not too bad. 8 to be official, thank you, brother. And really not seeing that rotation, that's good. Yeah, it's still running about just under 2,000, 1,500 to 2,000 without power in some spots. 3 inches and rainfall rates of 5 inches. 3-inch total in the gauge, 5-inch rainfall rates estimated. Some gauges over 2 inches at Culebra Creek. Culebra Creek exceeding 2 inches of rainfall, upgrading earlier issued flash flood advisory. Eastern Comal and Hayes are going to a flash flood warning. So flash flood warning is about to be issued. Glad I'm with you, glad you're watching. As we continue to see this dangerous flood situation across north central Bexar County now. Again, I mentioned it earlier, this is now going to turn into a dangerous flood situation because this is moving just so slowly. This is dangerously slow moving. And you can also see Canyon Lake, and as it's spreading out and dropping more rainfall, we're going to expect to see that rainfall rate and flooding threat continue for Comal County. And that's why this flash flood warning is going to be issued any minute now for that spot. 6 to 7 inch per hour rates were indicated in some areas. That is just phenomenal, to blow up this quickly. So with the flash flood warning, remember this is going to be Bear, Central Comal, West Central Guadalupe. So that's going to be where Seguin is. Central Hayes is going to be northeast for San Marcos, but northeast Bexar County, Central Comal. So right up through New Braunfels, Canyon Lake, then south and east through West Central Guadalupe, straight through to Seguin, and then up to Central Hayes County even. Okay, until 5 a.m. now. This is going to be a new flash flood warning until 5 a.m. You've got Austin, New Braunfels, Schertz, Cibolo, Converse, Universal City, Live Oak, Selma, Dripping Springs, Wimberley, Canyon Lake Dam, Randolph Air Force Base, San Antonio International, Canyon Lake, Alamo Heights, Windcrest, Terrell Hills, Bulverde, Garden Ridge. A lot of communities that'll be impacted now with very intense rainfall and, of course, flooding. This is going to now, again, be a big flooding problem. Northeast. Flash flooding will occur through 5 a.m. now. And again, Central Hayes down through Guadalupe, Comal, and northeastern Bexar County. Keep in mind that, again, this will probably start happening into areas along the I-10 corridor. I really see this being the next area of flood warning in between 151 and I-10, right through Leon Valley, because of just how slowly this rain is moving, and it's been falling at that rainfall rate for nearly 30 to 45 minutes already. We can take a look if we just kind of save that view there and go to this rainfall estimate right now and just see what we're dealing with in that spot. These will be updated. All right. Wait a minute, let me get a little closer before Wow, 6 inches estimated, 4.5. San Geronimo, this is going to be higher, west of 173. Wow. So some serious rainfall estimates as expected. Rainfall rates between 6 and 7 inches per hour, just amazing. Between Alamo Heights and the Alamo Dome now for some of the heaviest pockets of rain into Frost Bank Center, Kirby. Finally starting to see some of this move into eastern Bexar County. Still an exceptional drought. Tomorrow being Thursday, we get a drought monitor update, but it won't include this. It will not include what fell yesterday. So we will see little to no improvement on exceptional drought condition for San Antonio. So we have a flash flood warning, flash flood watch through 7 p.m. Thursday. This warning is for northwest Bexar County, right up the I-35 corridor, and it's going to be in effect until 5 a.m. There is a warning map. I can give you a better idea as to what's happening on a larger scale. Again, flood threat is through tomorrow at 7 p.m. But that being for an entire region, okay? But you can see now where the flood warning will continue, and that's going to be right up the 281 and I-35 corridor. So that's the new warning right there. They've spread it farther west, rather, to now include northeast or Bexar till 5. Wait a minute. Okay. Thought that spread farther. Wait. Yeah, 4 a.m. is that one. Okay. Just got confused there for a minute. I thought this was extended to 5 for a moment there. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't the case. So yeah, you can see that these polygons cover 3 to 4 counties north on each of them, that is. And it's right up a major thoroughfare for tomorrow morning. So this being 12:48, these expiring 4 and 5 a.m. respectively, that at least is promising for a later commute. I know a lot of you have to be on the road by 5. I know a lot of you get out early enough that that's going to definitely be a problem. So it looks like the commute's really not going to be safe on 281 until about, I would say, 7 at the earliest. You know, you don't have any wind. That's going to be the biggest issue. Normally when you have these bigger lines develop and you have a cold front move through and you get higher wind overnight, then you can see this water recede a lot quicker. That really won't be the case with this because of the fact that we don't have the winds. And so without this being a good cold front and change in air mass and higher winds overnight, wind speeds in and around thunderstorms are good, but beyond this rain, we're not going to have hours of wind like we can get with fronts. Leon Valley down to 1604 is where the most intense rain is falling, and it's been over the last 3 hours. It's really been across this North Bear County area. So that's why, again, we're seeing rainfall totals that are going to eclipse 3 inches in some areas for sure, and that's going to be a big flood problem. It's starting to spread out east and southeast towards the Alamo Dome and Frost Bank Center. Good news as far as that's concerned is this moves towards China Grove, Kirby starting to get some better rain, Windcrest as well. You can see right between Leon Valley and San Antonio is where, and when we say San Antonio, that's where City Hall is, and that's downtown official. So between Leon Valley into the I-10 corridor at 410 and 90 is going to be the range for the heaviest rainfall over the next, I would give it 30 minutes. We're not under a warning. This is just very intense rainfall. The warning is flood, not thunderstorm. Thunderstorms have weakened enough on both intensity and wind shear that we've seen this drop from severe status and just give a heavy rain field between Castroville, well, north of Castroville, obviously, through downtown. Canyon Lake to Wimberley, the other pocket that will be active. Austin starting to probably intensify their rainfall rate. But some more storms building out west. Look at that. Right across 173, back towards Utopia, some isolated storms are beginning. This is where you want to use lightning and see what they're doing. Okay, that storm near Hondo looks to be intensifying. Look at that. Also back into the city, you can see that this rain in far west San Antonio, right over SeaWorld into Leon Valley and Oakland Estates again, Balcones Heights. We're almost an hour removed from what was a possible tornado near Leon Valley. We can see some very heavy rain on TransGuide. Can we take a look at some of those cameras, guys? 1604 at Hausman. I see Schertz Parkway. Here's Donella and Bicentennial. Hausman's up right now. You can see that the amount of cars on the road is diminishing quickly, so not too many earlier. I see a lot less right now, so that's good news. But a lot of people are probably leaving for work at this point. 410 Fredericksburg right now, very wet. You're going to see a lot of ponding without much chance of this water running off. I think it's going to be okay because it's only 12:52 right now. And as this is weakening, that's good news. There's Babcock and Hausman area, same spot that's, again, where some of the heaviest rain fell and not far from where we had a possible tornado around midnight tonight near Leon Valley, just west of Leon Valley. An intense and dangerous situation. That really was scary. That scared me for a minute. As I know, it did a lot of you. Life-threatening flash flooding, guys, in this area through at least 5 a.m., okay? I could see those extended. Right now it's 4 and 5 a.m. on 2 flash flood warnings that are in effect for this area, as well as up I-35 towards Canyon Lake, right into this area. the second flash flood warning in effect through 5 a.m. and 6 a, or 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. This is the 5 a.m. one you're looking at. So again, you can see a lot more lightning over Canyon Lake, showing you that these are stronger, taller storms for sure. So we were slicing near Bear County earlier. Let's do it on these storms. I think it's going to be right in here. I don't see that it's going to be much different. But I bet 40, oh gosh, no, nothing. Right over Leon Valley into downtown. Alamo Heights seeing a little bit of a break before it starts to ramp up again, because all of what you see between you and Leon Valley is moving in your direction. That band of red through Balcones Heights will soon be in Alamo Heights for sure. Very heavy rainfall. Some reports were 6 to 7 inch per hour rates, which is just amazing. Right through Leon Valley, excuse me, no voice crack, between Culebra and Wurzbach, Balcones Heights into Alamo Heights, for the most intense rainfall rates right now of 5 to 6 inches per hour. So it's dropping out across mountain. You can see Timberwood Park is starting to see the rain let up. New Braunfels, that's just off to your north. But man, these storms are doing a lot of twisting. You see that? There's just a lot of movement in these storms. You have to watch for those little spins. Look at that, right near Wimberley, see it? Look at that. Between Canyon Lake and Wimberley, you can see that little spin for a second. Gosh almighty. Amazing technology. These are dual polarization radars. I wish I could remember. It's been several years now. You know, we had a radar here at Ken's 5, but when everything went to dual polarization technology, which can literally 3D the storm, that's why we can look at debris now, that's why we can look at these velocities and the gate-to-gate shear like never before. And with that, it was incredible because it was just like, you know, you had a 3D view and a lot more information on the behavior of the storm. And so when that technology occurred, they were doing it from radar site to radar site across the nation, they being the United States government and National Weather Service offices. Well, our radar was becoming obsolete because it was the old technology, the NexRad technology, and that really wasn't going to fare unless we spent, I mean, just way too much. I mean, for us to do something like that, when you have it in New Braunfels, and that's a, you know, quite frankly, a much more effective location for a radar, as we can look into the city's population from out in between the two major cities. So in other words, if you're looking from New Braunfels into where, you know, the majority of your population and economy is, you can better protect that area. And, you know, because if you get rain fade in these kind of situations, you lose radar and you lose data, and you're not able to look at where storms are moving, how they're behaving. And so anyway, when the dual polarization technology came in, we just did not ramp up to that level, and we lean into now, again, you're looking at the New Braunfels radar and the reflectivity. So from 1604 into Leon Valley, and then back down into eastern side of downtown. I mean, it's just incredible how the rain field has kind of taken shape, you know? You can see it just kind of curls into now 410, 1604, I mean, I-35. And so it's going to start moving closer to Schertz in the coming minutes. But it looks again as to now be a flooding situation. This is now shifting into more of a flood story than it is a severe thunderstorm story. 11 roads now closed. Is that focused northwest? Can we show the bearflood.org? That's the website for those of you at home that we're going to now look at and see. This uses the HALT system, by the way. So you see the high water alert life-saving technology is what that stands for. And it's going to be all around town where you see the I think it's orange, and those letters, those are the censored areas that you're looking at in red. So that's when they're going to indicate that at Baxter, Shire, and Calabria Creek, as well as Beverly Hills and Calabria Creek, which is always a high-prone area, they're going to be closing those, and the barricades go up. Danville, always on the list, Heuerman, Leslie, Lock Hill, Maltzberger. So the usual suspects, essentially between Balcones Heights and out through OP Schnabel, are going to be where we see road closures. And these, again, 11 are all we're getting. We got one isolated one there north of the airport at Wurzbach 281. Interesting. Not far from McAllister Park there. Again, healthiest rain moving from Helotes, south of Helotes, right across the 410 I-10 interchange. So we're hearing the rainfall rate really pick up here at Ken's 5. We're in the medical center. Flood watch through 7 p.m. Flash flood warning is the most important through 4 and 5 a.m. So the warning means that we will see flooding through the 5 a.m. hour, essentially through North Bexar County. So I was showing you just a moment ago that warning area is going to be pretty far reaching, especially when you see the size of these polygons. So the darker shaded counties are the flood watch counties through 7, but then these green bordered polygons, left is 4 a.m., right is 5 a.m. And those will continue to be the spots of most concern, right up 281. I mean, that is a heavily traveled thoroughfare, a good portion of 35, just up to New Braunfels. But then you see it goes right into Canyon Lake, goes right into Hayes County as well. Back to radar. Check on our friends up between Canyon Lake and Wimberley. These storms still very strong. Rainfall rate and flooding the concern. All right, well, considering the fact that we are no longer seeing the severe thunderstorm threat, it's a heavy rain flood threat with the warning continuing and the flood watch till tomorrow night. We will get back to regular programming. If anything changes, I'm going to keep an eye on this. If these storms start to misbehave a little bit more, I'll be back, but for the time being, we're going to get things out back to network and let you watch some television, and I'll crawl, of course, on the bottom of your screen, and we will have a loop continue on not only our YouTube, but our Facebook. Go to Ken's 5 Facebook, go to Ken's 5 YouTube, and you'll see the looping screen, similar to what you're looking at right now, just without narration. Between Helotes and, again, downtown is where we're going to continue to watch. If anything does begin to show signs of rotation, we'll, of course, get right back on the air. But right now, I'm going to check the Slack channel for sure before we... Radar estimates 3 to 5 inches northwest Bexar County between pretty much Leon Valley, Helotes, and out west to Government Canyon. 3 to 5 inches of rain. So that's, again, where we're going to have the biggest flood problem. And you know, a lot of construction between this spot, between 211 and into 151, especially as you get in, even into 410 and that Marbach area, is going to definitely be a problem spot. But I think we're in good shape as the warnings are expiring before main rush hour. I mean, I know a lot of you leave as early as 5 a.m. If you can delay leaving tomorrow morning, that might be a good idea, because I think we have the flood threat through 4 to 5 for a good portion of North Bexar County and 281. So it's important to, again, consider delaying. I think by 7 a.m. travel is going to be a much better and safer option for you. All right, that's going to wrap things up for now. We will definitely be back if necessary, but in the meantime, bottom of your screen, God bless you. Bill Taylor, Ken's 5.